National Convention.
Is it reigniting the same type of fears you went through 4 years ago, seeing this attempt on Trump's life?
Yes. Yes. Some of the residents are concerned.
Community activist Molly Gray Moores says her community is now having flashbacks to the fear felt here 4 years ago.
Oh my God, are we going backwards instead of moving forward? We need our city and our nation to come to one place where we all come together. We can't keep tearing up our city and our nation.
And Kenosha's new police chief agrees. We met up with him at the grand opening of the new Uptown Lofts and Children's Library, the same site where businesses and buildings burned to the ground 4 years ago.
We're getting a return on investing in the people and being present at things like this and saying, yeah, we're part of this, right? Like, this is a nice new library that came here because of need, and it came here because of tragedy. But now it's something that's here, and it's something for the community, and we're right there with you, and we're part of the community.
But just an hour after our conversation with Chief Patton, news of the attempted assassination breaks. This time, we catch up with Chief off-duty, community policing at a local parade.
So we went back into the community and got their reaction, and they say this is bringing back, PTS from what happened here 4 years ago. What are you telling them?
Well, the scars are there, the trauma's there. What I can tell them is we're different, and we're better than we were in 2020.
Here in the rural parts of Kenosha, it's Trump country, and there's definitely been a wake-up call.
Does it concern you that people are taking out guns versus just going and voting to get their message across?
Yes, I think so. I think that's the wrong choice. I think that your words are a strong enough weapon. That's why we have voting. That's why we have this country. So if you can't go and vote like a respectable person, then maybe this isn't the place for you.
They may not always agree with us, but they have their opinion, we have our opinions. Let's not take it to that level of violence.
Violence is never the answer.
Yeah, violence is not the answer. It doesn't solve anything. If you want your opinion, you need to go out and vote.
On the other side of town, Alvin Owens runs the Regimen Barber Collective. And with every cut comes a conversation.
We have community engagement sessions in the barbershop during and after hours to make sure that people are in the know, and they're from all walks of life and all different backgrounds.
Is that inspiring people to vote?
Yes. Definitely.
Today's topics, the direction of our country and who will lead it.
I got 4 children, and they're all boys, and I want them to be kings. I want them to be men in the truest sense that they can, and I can't teach that if I don't embody it. And I may not want to vote, but I got to, man. So hopefully I vote for the right person. We'll see.
I think that's really important to go outside of your box and listen to other people and learn who they are and embrace our diversity, because that's what America is.
Now, as the nation heads into the final months of this tumultuous election cycle, both presidential candidates are calling for less anger.
My fault. I said she talking about we're not built on violence and all that shit. This whole country was built on violence and all that shit. What is she talking about? Like, nothing gets solved by just a peaceful handshake. We had to go through blood, sweat, and tears, bullets fires and all that killings and all that shit. What the fuck is she talking about?
Edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. While the mood is mostly celebratory here, there's some turmoil within the opposing party over the future of its candidate, what the White House and polling are telling us. Before we had to break with former President Trump speaking tonight, we look back at the first time he accepted the nomination back in 2016.
So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. I humbly and gratefully accept your nomination for the presidency of the United States.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Here at the RNC, but across the country. I want to bring in ABC's Maria Villarreal, who is our eyes and ears when it comes to immigration and our southern border. Maria, thanks for joining us. Certainly, there's been a lot of general talk about immigration and chaos, crime along the border the last 4 days, and you can expect that that will be talked about in Trump's speech tonight. I spoke to Senator Marco Rubio about immigration, who was on the short list to be vice president. Let's take a listen.
We didn't have what we have right now. This is completely different. We've always had illegal immigration. This is invasion type numbers. This is a mass migration. Totally different dynamic from what we're talking.
Put this issue in context for us, Maria. What does Biden's approach to immigration look like over his term?
Well, you know, Lindsay, we should actually point out, right, that kind of language, that kind of verbiage, that was scaled back during the RNC by most of the speakers. While a lot of people were talking about immigration and chaos along the border, it was a more subdued approach, a more emotional approach. That kind of language is what we know incited people, scares people, and exactly what we saw in the El Paso mass shooting several years ago. And that's the fine line that we've had to see this president and this administration actually walk. is the idea that it's a balancing act between, supporting law enforcement, making sure that they have what they need along the border, whether that's manpower or resources, but also helping find, new and legal pathways for migrants to claim asylum. And it's been difficult for this administration. When we hit that all-time high back in December of the number of encounters and apprehensions along the border, we thought there was going to be a compromise by both sides, except that security package fell through after Trump got in the middle of it saying, give immigration to me, I can handle it better. And that really forced the hand of this administration. And so right now we are seeing a much more hard-line approach to immigration as a whole, and some of the more restrictive policies on asylum. So again, there was this hope that there could be a more compassionate route, but obviously that has changed over the last 6 months.
And there are images of people at the RNC here with signs that read mass deportation now, clearly referring to verbiage used by former President Trump. Is the Republicans' messaging on immigration resonating with voters or people down at the border?
Lindsay, that's a yes and no kind of question. I mean, yes, I think by clearly the people that are in the crowd, it is resonating with America as a whole. There is a concern about immigration and why we haven't been able to fix the situation. But people along the border that deal with this on a daily basis, whether it's because they are local leaders or they are in law enforcement, they are nonprofit organizations, they know it's not as simple as saying mass deportations. You're using that kind of word and verbiage because, one, you want to encourage people to get involved, to go to the polls and to vote for Trump. But at this point, there's no path, no plan that we've seen in place that can help us get there just yet. But we are hoping we hear some of that tonight from former President Trump.
Maria Villarreal, our thanks to you. I imagine that there at home you can hear the eruption of applause. People on their feet throughout the stadium here in response. You see him right there, Tucker Carlson, formerly of Fox News, now hosts Tucker on X.
This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. And this convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different. When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up, I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee or a former president or a future president. This was the leader of a...
Man, he sounded like, you'll say when he stood up with his face all bloody after being shot in the face with his hand raised, bruh, boy, I'm telling you, AB, this is the best reality show ever right now, bruh. I'm telling you. And I was saying, I realized my mic was muted. I was saying, let me hold up. Oh yeah, we good. I was saying, did you hear them singing the YMCA shit? I recorded that. I screen recorded that shit, so I got it. Man, they was singing YMCA, dancing and cheering, bro. Yeah, we talking about that shit, bro. I'm telling you, larger than ever.
Nation. And I think there's a difference. I've spent most of my life in Washington, where the president is at the top of the pyramid, never wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does
Tucker
not.
Carlson there saying that the president, after that assassination attempt, showed leadership, and that also he's never been to a convention with better vibes. For more on what's to come this final night of the RNC convention, let's bring in ABC News White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks. Mary Alice, what are you going to be looking and listening for in President Trump's speech tonight?
Yeah, Lindsay, we've been talking so much about the fact that he personally rewrote this speech. I'm going to be listening for two big things. Does he mention the 2020 election? Does he deny the results of the 2020 election? And does he talk about January 6th and wanting to pardon those rioters who attacked the Capitol? I mean, those are such big parts of his typical campaign speeches, of his regular stump speech. But we also know that they are two messages that do not resonate well with the general electorate. They do not resonate well with swing voters, with independent voters. So is this really a new Trump speech, a direct appeal to more moderates? Lindsay?
And what about the lineup of speakers? What do they say about the Republican Party?
Yeah, it's interesting. We're listening to Tucker Carlson right now. We're going to also hear tonight from Eric Trump, one of his sons. But of course, the real theme, it feels like tonight, is to fight and to wrestle for votes. We're going back to Donald Trump's roots, the WWE. We're going to hear from Hulk Hogan and UFC CEO Dana. I think that that theme of fight is powerful in this moment.
My fault. Yo, bruh, these motherfuckers said WWE people, fucking Hulk Hogan, Dana White, bruh. This shit, bro, this shit bigger than motherfucking, like, this shit like when somebody's doing a concert and then next thing you know they bring out 50 Cent or they bring out Jay-Z or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like Snoop Dogg and shit. Like this, like Snoop Dogg bringing Ric Flair on stage to come dance with him while he rap and shit. Bro, this shit is epic. I where the fuck Hulk Hogan been at? That's what I want to know. Where the fuck that nigga been at?
After that imagery of the former president surviving that assassination attempt, of course, we're all picturing him with his fists in the air, mouthing fight, fight, fight after he was wounded after that horrific violence. But it also is a simple image, a powerful image that draws such stark contrast to the conversation happening with Democrats who are really wrestling with whether or not their candidate is fit enough, and the anxiety among Democrats about whether their candidate is fit enough. So in a lot of ways, we're seeing this sort of simplification here of a fighter being put up literally side by side in some of these images on TV next to President Biden. But look, it is interesting too. This lineup is light on policy. I mean, I do cover Washington. I cover the White House. This is wonky. Forgive me, Lindsay, but they're beyond mass deportations like you were talking about, some policy on immigration, building the wall. We haven't heard much from this Republican Party, from former President Trump, about what he actually wants to do with the second term, nor really from these speakers. So that'll be interesting too tonight if that starts to change. But from the lineup, I'm not sure that it will.
All right, Mary Alice Parks, our thanks to you. And as we welcome anybody who may be just joining us back to the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee on the final night, of course, former President Trump accepting the nomination. It comes as there are many questions about whether President Biden should stay in the race. We want to take a look at the latest polling. 538. Galen Drupe joins us now, man with a passion for the political polls. Galen, what kind of data do you have on head-to-head matchups with Trump?
Yeah, Lindsay, looking at the average today, according to 538, President Biden trails former President Trump by about 3 percentage points nationally. And the picture is a little worse for Biden in those key battleground states in the upper Midwest of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So that's what Democrats are worried about. And that's why we're probably hearing from Democrats across the spectrum concern suggesting that maybe he should get out of the race. Now, who are they saying should take his place? We oftentimes hear Vice President Kamala Harris. We have some polling that looks at what a head-to-head would be like her against former President Trump. And according to ABC News polling, she got 49% of support compared to Trump's 46%. So that's a 3-point advantage over Trump. But I think it's important to say that that doesn't persist across all the polling we see. She doesn't beat Trump across all of the polls. But what we do see is that she consistently performs better than Biden. So I would say to Democrats in particular, replacing Biden at the top of the ticket is not a guarantee to be able to beat Trump in November. It's basically trading the risk that they know for a risk that they don't know. They know that voters feel like the current president is too old. But if Kamala Harris ends up at the top of the ticket, that will completely change the dynamics of the race, and we will see a campaign waged over different issues, and we may ultimately see that that campaign brings Harris's numbers down. We'll only...
Man, he said some real shit there. Man, shit. If her ass get president, if she pop up to be in that president spot, bro, that's gonna change a lot of shit, bro. Me and B were just talking about that. They don't want daggone a black person as president. They damn sure don't want no female as president. See how they treated Hillary. You know what I mean? But you put a black woman, oh shit, bro. That's ooh wee. Hey, bro. I was telling, I told y'all this story. I said it for myself with Ed and Brian. I thought I told y'all that story. Yeah, I mean, motherfucker, they don't like working for no motherfucking black person. You put a black woman in charge, and you ready start some shit. Hey, y'all get ready, bro. Lace y'all boots. I'm letting y'all know that now.
find out, though, if they decide to make this move.
Of course, the conventions and nomination acceptance speeches are much about it. Who's a better leader is what type of person they're perceived to be. What do voters have to say about that?
Lindsay, it's a good question, and I have some research that really gets at the root of this. So Gallup asked Americans, who do you view as more likable, Trump or Biden? And overwhelmingly, Americans choose Biden. About 57% of Americans say that Biden is more likable. But when you ask, who do you think is a strong leader? It's exactly the reverse. About 57% of Americans say Trump is a strong leader. So what are we going to see tonight from Trump's speech? I think that the campaign is aware of this dynamic, and they've been trying to soften the Republican Party's image and Trump's image throughout the 4 days that we have been in Milwaukee. They've been talking about unity. They've excised a lot of the sort of red meat and divisive messages that you honestly hear on the stump from Donald Trump. And so I think they realize that he has a likability problem, even if Americans think he's a strong leader, and they're going to try to lean into making him a more personable, more likable character on the national stage.
Galen Droop from 538. Our thanks to you. We'll be checking back in with you later on this evening. In the meantime, still much more content.
Boy, they talking like, yeah, man, this is like WWE or something, more likable character and shit. Yeah, man, the fuck you mean, bro? That people gonna like him or they not, bro? Like, how you gonna make him a more likable character? Shit, I thought his numbers went up once he had got shot. Like, that's what I thought. Like, shit. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Hey, bro, that ear bandage, that's his trademark, bro. That's the trademark, bro. That's gonna get him through the elections, bro. Yeah, I mean, he going. Oh, hey, yo, B, you and Smitty, bro. You and Smitty called this shit earlier, bro. Y'all called this shit early, man. The more we seeing this shit, bro, this shit is looking more and more like the biggest ploy ever. Like, oh man. And I saying, bro, and that's what me and B was talking about. And I don't think I explained that. Like, not saying, yeah, I mean, shit was staged to be fake. Like this can't be fake, but nah, that stage shit could mean some real events really took place. But yeah, I mean, shit, that shit just was staged for that shit to happen like that. So like 9/11, like I said, like I was on Ayo, shouts out to Ayo, because I was on Ayo show, and like I said, like 9/11. I mean, we all question that, we all seen that, we all say, yo, that shit was staged, that shit was phony, that shit was fraud, that shit, all this shit, bruh. And it goes and it keeps being, to this day, they keep coming out with even more uh stuff to debunk what happened. So it's like shit, why wouldn't something like this be staged? You know what I mean? Come on now.
Of the RNC from
What I'm saying is we can't just dismiss it. That's all.
of course, has been a wild week of twists and turns as we prepare for former President Donald Trump to take the stage tonight to formally accept the party's nomination as the GOP presidential candidate. Joining us now is the ABC News contributor John Katko and Democratic strategist Marcia Espinoza. Thank you both so much for joining us. John, let's begin with you. We want to lean into your expertise from once having oversight over the Secret Service on Capitol Hill. Some Republican lawmakers are calling for the Secret Service director to step down after the breakdown in security during Trump's assassination attempt on Saturday. There are reports that
As he should step down. We all seen, bruh, that shit was live, bruh. That's what I'm saying. Like, when have we ever got to see the full shit in play, bruh? We always got to see it third party bringing it to the light a week later, some shit. Yeah, I mean, we get the whole thing. Like, bruh, we got to watch that shit at full time, rewind it back, see who was ducking, who wasn't ducking. This person looks suspicious, that person. Yeah, I mean, we got to dissect all that. And on top of that, B was the first person I seen that said, yo, he flagged the whole truck, bro. Like, look at her. She can't even get the gun in the holster. Like, bruh, we all seen that I swear they hired temp workers. I'm convinced they hired temp workers to guard that man, bro. That's petty.
Speaker Johnson called the White House this morning demanding they fire Director Cheadle. What can you tell us about that? Is it warranted, or should the independent investigation be allowed to play out?
Well, I always think that doing your homework before you pull the trigger on moving somebody, removing somebody, is probably a good thing. It's pretty obvious that there were some very serious failings here, but asking someone to step down seems more like a political thing at this point than it does the prudent thing to do. Let's see the investigation through until the point, or unless there's a point where they become so concerned with the going forward, whether individuals in the Secret Service can carry out their mission and protect the candidates through the remainder of this election season. If that's the case, then of course you want to make a change. But it seems like this is more political grandstanding than it is anything else. And I think, that's kind of irresponsible. Letting investigations take their course and letting the facts dictate what happens is a much more prudent course in my mind. That's the way I conducted myself as a prosecutor, and I think they should do that in this case. It's a forensic endeavor right now. They need to continue with the forensic endeavor until they find out what really happened. And things always change, so let's see what happens.
And Marcia, there's a lot of focus right now on the uncertainty in the Democratic Party. It's playing right into the hands of the Trump campaign. How does the party combat that?
Well, I think that there's so much misinformation out there right now and a lot of anonymous sources. So here's what we know. Joe Biden is the party's nominee. He is running for re-election. So Democrats need to focus. Tonight, a convicted felon is going to take the stage and talk about how he's going to make people's lives much worse if he gains power. So if we focus on that, come together until we know anything else, that's where we are. Americans have a choice between two very contrasting visions for our future: the Biden-Harris ticket on unity and creating opportunity for everyone and protecting women's reproductive freedom, or the Trump ticket, whose harmful agenda wants to take away our rights, hurt the middle class, and make life a little more expensive. So let's focus.
And John, what does former President Trump need to say tonight to convince Republicans in tight congressional races that his message can reach voters concerned about a second Trump administration?
I'm not trying to be a wise guy, but not much. Right now, the Republican Party is kind of on cruise control because of everything that's going on within the Democratic Party. And everything she just said regarding the issues are accurate, but here's the problem. The messenger is really flawed right now, and he's cognitively deficient. And I'm not saying from a mean standpoint. My father had Alzheimer's, but it's clear he's got issues. It's clear he's got struggles, and it's clear he cannot articulate the message for.
Hey man, get that man up out of here. Where my man? Oh well. All right. Oh well. But back to what I was saying. My bad. Something that joint just threw me off. I don't have my normal little thing up there at the bottom. But yeah, B, no, this is funny, bro, because we all see Joe is not fit to run that shit, bro. Joe ain't fit to run that shit. We all know this. We can see that. We can see. I mean, and then B just told me. B just told me that he caught COVID. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. I'm like, bro, they were saying something about a COVID outbreak and all this stuff, you know what I'm saying? And then boom, B called me like, bye, they got COVID. And I'm like, oh, that's why they talking about this outbreak. Cause this fool know where they caught it. I told his ass, didn't I tell y'all on the last one, like, bro, stop whispering in the mic like that, bro. You keep leaning up to the mic, whispering in the shit, bro. Like, don't keep trying to spread it. I knew it. I felt it, bro. I felt it. Like, bro. So Kamala gonna take his spot for a brief moment. And this shit gonna go to hell, bro. Oh man, bro. Shouts out to Black Poe, because Black Poe just hit me up. He said, bro, I'm not gonna cap. I'm not ready for no damn civil war right now. I don't need no shit kicking off right now, bro. And I feel them. But at the same time, shit, bro. Hey, man. Yeah, fuck that. We gonna have to get ready at this point in time.
He had to say. Part of that, he talked about some unscripted election lies. It appears that those were not on the prompter, that he kind of started to ad-lib that. What can you tell us about how those comments were received?
I mean, they were received positively, Lindsay. Really, everything he said was received in a positive nature. And it goes to show you kind of something that we haven't, frankly, seen much at this convention, which is those false claims of a stolen election or comments about, for instance, January 6th defendants that Trump previously at rallies has called hostages. You and I played reporting about that earlier on in the week. Point being, that has been not necessarily a big theme of this convention. We know from reporting that Trump and his allies have considered those issues to be top of mind potentially for them, but Trump has been advised by his team that those are not issues that voters gravitate to. So one of the things we have not seen is a lot of speakers on this stage go up, get on the podium and talk about false claims about the 2020 election and things of that nature. So the reason why we're talking about those Tucker comments is the sheer fact that he was one of the few, if frankly one of the only people to get up on that stage in any noteworthy way and repeat something that Trump, really prior to Saturday, used to repeat frequently over and over again on the campaign trail.
And of course, there's no proof of a stolen election. I want to talk to you about something that we've just learned as far as some gear that Donald Trump was given that he may bring out on the stage with him tonight about that victim from Butler, Pennsylvania. Of course, that volunteer firefighter, Trump supporter, dad, and father.
Yeah, we've learned from a family of Corey Compertor, who was that firefighter that was killed at that rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, that the family gave the Trump campaign his firefighter jacket and helmet. And we've learned.
My bad, B. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm just gonna leave. I'm not gonna keep muting it. I was gonna mute it just to make sure that the kids and stuff wasn't making no noise running around. But I'm gonna just keep it unmuted. Fuck that shit. I ain't got time to keep unmuting and muting. Yeah, but basically what I'm saying is this is good entertainment, like the best TV series I done seen so far. And like I said, I was gonna keep covering this. I really want to see what Trump guys say. Like I want to know. This is our future, so y'all might want to pay attention to what the fuck these people talking about, because even though you don't necessarily have anything to do with the process, shit, they still drop jewels on how this shit gonna be turning out.
That former President Trump will have those items with him later on in the evening when he addresses the crowd from this stage. Exactly what that display looks like, we don't know. And the other thing we don't know, frankly, Lindsay, is what does he say about Saturday's rally? We've heard from people close to Trump. I've talked to lawmakers who've talked to those in Trump's orbit who say, in their view, the scuttlebutt right now, excuse me, is that Trump is somewhat of a changed person based upon that experience. It's unclear if that holds true when he gives those remarks on this stage. We don't know what he'll say. We know he wants to express this message of unity. What we don't know is what his definition of unity is. Is that unity inside the Republican Party, or is that...
Nah, it ain't. Fuck the Republican Party, Democrat Party. What the fuck is this unity we talking about here? We talking about, you finna cut the black people a piece of that pie, so we can go ahead and move on about our merry motherfucking way. You talking about unity amongst just the Proud Boys, the way as though, they whatever they do, they nothing gonna be held consequent. They come back out the shadows, like what unity? This is why this shit is important, because we need to hear, and he's not gonna just blatantly say. That's why you gotta listen to it. That's why you gotta be here, listen to this shit, so you can hear what he's saying and dissect it and all that stuff, bro. Hell yeah, say that. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to B, because BB, he the one. He the reason why I come here every day. I ain't even gonna cap. Y'all gotta thank B for that.
Unity across the country on both sides of the aisle.
Jay O'Brien, our thanks to you as always. We'll be checking back in with you later on this evening as we watch another speaker come. But the excitement certainly building throughout this convention site. We see many of those delegates have ear covers resembling the bandage that Donald Trump now has on his right ear. Many with shirts that have pictures of Donald Trump's mugshot on them. Some doing that Donald Trump dance that he so often does, but many.
Hey, y'all get ready. We got them. We got the T-shirt. We got the Donald Trump T-shirts coming. Y'all hit me up. Get y'all pre-order game on. And I told you, B, I should have put the patch on. I should have been repping, bro, with the 4-5 on. I should have put the patch on, put the 4-5 on there, big 4-5. Damn, bro, I'm fucking up, man. But bro, we got the teas coming. Y'all get ready, man. Yeah, Trump got a dance out, bro. Like, man, this shit getting real, bro. This shit getting real.
Many people eager to hear what Donald Trump has to say only 5 days after that attempted assassination on his life on Saturday. And that does it for us and our special coverage this hour of the final night of the Republican National Convention. I'll be joining David Muir and our entire Powerhouse Political Roundtable as Donald Trump gets set to deliver his primetime address just moments from now. Stay with us.
Man, say I told you, bro. Don't damn Trump patches, bro. I'm telling you, bro, that shit blowing up. That shit is wild, bro. Yeah, hey, bro. Y'all get with me, bro. Yeah, I mean, hit me up. Put y'all pre-orders in. My mama just got one of the sample teas, so she said the sample tea look good. Yeah, I mean, so they ready to be on the press ASAP. Y'all get ready. We got mugs coming, coffee mugs. So y'all want to drink y'all coffee, watch a playback, or listen to us on Apple, Spotify. Yeah, I mean, iHeartRadio, Amazon. One of them two, you can drink your coffee and do that, bro. Like, yeah, we moving, bro. We got travel backpacks and shit. ACOG travel packs coming. Yeah, so shit. Man, we working. We working over here. We ain't playing no games. And y'all might want to get these. Y'all might want to get these before the damn election. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, that shit going. Man, say y'all don't know, man. Y'all don't know. Y'all here playing games. You feel me, B? Yeah, I gotta do my own promotion, so I might as well have brought it up. Shit. But, yo, that AB, when I said, bro, I seen them people out there with the patch on their ear, bro, I said, oh my gosh, bro. Like, that's like, that's the equivalent of 50 Cent, yeah, I mean, coming out and having the bulletproof vest for everybody and shit. Like, I'm telling you, bruh, like, this shit is real, bruh. This shit is real. Oh, yeah, all this shit is gonna be collector's items, bruh. All this shit, because I'm not bringing back the Trump tees once they gone. Once the Trump tee's gone, yeah, I mean, I ain't bringing them back. You gonna get exclusive ACOG and survival game shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, right now you might want to get yours. Man, come on, man, with these daggone commercials, bro. We don't want to we want to know what's going on. But yeah, man, like, hey, and this the time, like, while we're not beating it in your head about the migrants and hey, I'm on live. What's up? Okay, that ain't got nothing to do with that. That's y'all beef. Go ahead. So, while we on this downtime and we covering this stuff, this is your time to go back, watch the episodes, and listen to what the stuff we've been talking about. EMP shields, yeah, I mean, solar power generators for your closets and stuff. Because if the lights go out, you're not going to be able to use a regular generator, so you're gonna need a solar power generator. And like B said, those joints can run refrigerators, it can run your stove, your microwave, whatever. You strategically put those in your house. You got power for your whole house, and like I said, it's solar power. Stock up on water. Stock up on pantry food. B mentioned the solar powered shower. If it's no water, how you gonna shower? If it ain't no water coming through the pipe, at least you can fill up the solar power shower and still heat it and take a shower. Same with the toilet. When it comes down to you had to use the bathroom, where you gonna put all that waste? That's like B and Naeem said, that's gonna be one of the killers right there, that people is gonna get sick from their own waste. Look at 4-5. Shouts out to 4-5. Man, look at my guy, bro. Let's go. Took a bullet. Get your refund back, motherfuckers. I ain't dead.
Harris by name here tonight. Here in the convention hall tonight, we are expecting to see former First Lady Melania Trump. It would be her first campaign appearance. She's expected at any moment. She's been keeping a very low profile since leaving the White House. She has not appeared at any Trump rallies, She did not appear with him at any of his court proceedings. Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump, is also expected to make her first appearance of the campaign right here tonight. When we see them arrive, we will bring that to you, of course. Tonight's celebration unfolding amid the breaking developments as well involving President Biden's campaign. He is under tremendous pressure from Democratic leaders to step aside. Some key Democratic leaders, Jonathan Karl, reported on World News Tonight that the president is now more receptive to this discussion about whether or not he should exit the race. He remains off the trail tonight fighting COVID in isolation at his home in Rehoboth, Delaware. He's being treated, the White House tells us, for mild symptoms. We did see him get off Air Force One last night, moving slowly. He says he is doing fine. The White House says he plans to return to campaigning next week. So as you can see, we have a lot to talk about again tonight, so let's get right to it. I'm here with our entire Powerhouse political team, John Karl, Lindsay Davis, Martha Raddatz, Rachel Scott, Terry Moran, our team down on the convention floor.
Everything just looks old about his ass, bro. Did you see the old ass hand wave, bro? Like, bro, we can't have him in there, bro. He is. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro. He is not physically fit, bro. We need a guy that's gonna get shot and stand back up and be like, nigga, shoot me again. Shoot me again. I mean, that's the kind of president we need, bro. We don't need daggone no president that's weak, bro. This guy's weak, bro. I'm telling you. Oh, man. Oh, man, bro. Yeah, shout out to salute. That's what I'm saying, bro. We got to rep Big 4-5. We need the patch on the ear. Real talk. Real talk. Oh, man. That's crazy.
Introducing him. But tonight, a lot of eyes will be on the former First Lady, Lindsay Davis. Melania Trump has stayed out of the public eye for the most part, particularly with.
That's what I'm saying, bro. You got to quarantine for like 2 weeks. Shit. Sometimes it's like 4 weeks for real. You gotta go through the process of being sick. Yeah, I mean that could take up to 2 weeks to get out your system, and then another 2 weeks for that shit to actually be not contagious to pass to somebody. So sometimes that shit can take up to 4 weeks. So this motherfucker moving around with COVID, bro. Like, nah, man. Oh we, hey B, I'm glad I be having you in here. Yeah, heck yeah, shouts out, yeah, babe, cause yeah, Cree didn't have to stop in here. You know, it's a blessing when she stopped in here. Heck yeah, you already know. Yeah, B, but this is wild, bruh. This is wild.
Were not in his scripted remarks, but all of a sudden he started talking about subverted elections, which the crowd loved, by the way. But that kind of red meat that appeals to his base, it's actually been determined that that's a turnoff for the swing voters and those undecided voters. So will he have any mention of that tonight? Probably not, but we'll see.
Yeah, not likely. And that was the exception, Martha, the Tucker Carlson speech from the other speeches given here. It has been remarkable. The effort here has been on full display to unify the Republican Party, particularly after what not just Republicans, Democrats, Independents, what this entire country witnessed in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Exactly. And of course, you have Nikki Haley speaking this week to the crowd, and that was part of trying to get that vote as well. Those independents, those Nikki Haley voters.
Some boos when she walked out there.
Some boos, I was going to say, but there were definitely some boos. But she started out in the right way to calm down the boos by saying, President Trump asked me to come here tonight in the spirit of unity. And then those boos pretty much.
I'm telling you, I know that a lot of them, they gotta be drunk. They gotta be drunk to be standing there. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, I know they in there tipsy. Yeah, I mean, they gotta be. And then they all, like you said, dancing and shit, like just with no care in the world, you know. It's wild. He said they doing the Trump dance. No, real talk. Real talk. Hey, Trump got his own dance out here, bro. This shit getting out of hand.
in his tone, because of course that matters a lot. It's not just the words he uses or the language he uses or whether he's leaning back on the attack mode, but just the tone. And I expect we'll be here a very long time. Donald Trump never speaks quickly.
He doesn't, and I
No,
think
he
he'll
doesn't.
take as much time as
Yes,
they
he
give him.
will. Yes, he will.
Up there on the floor tonight. Keep in mind, he's waited all week. He's been here every
Yes, he
single night.
has.
He has watched his running mate introduce himself to the country. He's watched the other speakers present themselves as well in support of Donald Trump. And that's a test in and of itself for Donald Trump to sit there and listen to other people speaking.
Although his granddaughter, he
did
that
love
one.
that.
He loved the granddaughter.
Yes, especially when she said, tough to golf against my grandfather, but she said in so many words, I'm tough too. Remember, I'm a Trump. That's what she said to her grandfather, and he
Trump
loved
tough,
hearing that. Let's get right down to the floor. Rachel Scott has been our reporter down on the floor this entire convention, and Rachel, no question, obviously interest in the former First Lady tonight when J.D. Vance returns to the convention hall, but all eyes tonight focused on Donald Trump.
This is going to be Donald Trump's moment, David. And it comes just 5 days after the attempted assassination on his life. So you know that the former president told our John Carl he ripped up that speech. He's starting over. He really wants to focus on unity tonight. And the former president said himself earlier today that he does not plan to mention Joe Biden, of course, a single time. And the former president, Donald Trump, has been dug in on sort of this politically divisive rhetoric, of course. The question tonight, and something that I'm watching for, David, is there really a new Donald Trump? And how long does this message of unity last, David?
One of the questions I have, Rachel, will he have, earlier, Martha, with the ear, he was saying, I believe it was to you, John, earlier this week, he was hoping, right, that patch would be off in time for Thursday.
That's
always
exactly.
thinking about the optics, right?
Yeah, he's very keenly aware of it. And of course, you have people wearing that patch. By the way, I just have to say, you have to remember the speech he gave of the first campaign rally where he said, I am your retribution. That has been the theme of this campaign. So if we really don't see him talk about Biden and talk in those terms, that will be a massive change, because the beating heart of this campaign has been one of not just going after Joe Biden as a political opponent, but going after anybody.
Yo, money in the bag, getting it, bruh. Hey, yo, they better knock this shit off, bruh. Oh, man, yo, this is wild, bruh. What are we witnessing here? What are we witnessing here? I'm pretty sure 90% of these guys, or these people in here, is off some type of powder. They gotta be. You feel what I'm saying? Like, they block partying. Like, gosh, bro. Straight foolery. Like, somebody tried to. Nah. It's all good. I understood what you were saying. Like, I throughout the typo, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I understood what you were saying. This guy, this motherfucker almost got shot. He almost died. Like, there's people that almost die in car accidents and don't get in cars no more, or don't drive vehicles no more because they almost died in a car accident. This motherfucker almost died, and these guys is out here partying with patches on their ears, celebrating that this motherfucker got shot. We are in sick times right now. Shouts out Naeem in the building. This shit crazy. I'm glad your wife is in the building, bro, because that is a excellent topic, bro. Like, I don't know people that near death experience celebrate like this shit. This shit is wild. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? Like, real life events happen and you change your whole lifestyle. You change the way you move, all that stuff. Bruh. This, like, we Yeah, nah, for real, like salutes to you, Naeem. Like you're a perfect motivation, for us to keep doing what we doing. Black Poe, Ayo, Katrina, like y'all help us keep our shit going, and keep our game tight. As cause I see the progression, from when you was doing your thing and to now, you know what I'm saying? It's like a super progression. Yeah, bro, this is a clown show. Like like I said, this is like the best reality TV that we've seen in a long time. Like, like it don't get no better than this, bro. We seen in a fucking assassination attempt. Not only that, we got to see the person actually do the shit and get shot. We didn't actually get to see him get shot because they blurred it out. But we know what the fuck happened. One second he was moving, the next second he wasn't moving. We got to see all of this, brother. When have we ever got to see all of this? And B had a good point, like this stuff is being publicized for a reason. That shit crazy, bro. This shit crazy. Yeah, we watching a hell of a movie right now. Oh, let me get back into it. Hold up.
Special passage together. And when Donald Trump walks out on that stage with that hardwired connection that he has to his people, that he has had since he came down that escalator like few other American politicians ever had, it's going to be a moment.
Terry Moran on the convention floor talking about how supporters here, Terry, thank you, how supporters smell victory. They are, no question, in the lead, the Republican Party, at this point in the election cycle. I want to bring in our Washington bureau chief and political director, Rick Klein. Rick, you and I have been talking about the numbers, nationally in a number of polls, even after President Biden's rough debate performance. Nationally, they're within a point or two of each other. Donald Trump generally in the lead by a point or two, but it's really.
Hey, bro, at this point, B, they might as well get the dude that be in the middle of the ring, like, let's get ready to rumble. That they might as well get that nigga to come out there and introduce them to you, bro. At this point in time, this shit real.
Going into the convention, Donald Trump leading in all 7 of the battleground states. Keep in mind, Joe Biden won 6 out of these 7, and this looks like an electoral blowout if all of this holds according to the polling average. And think about J.D. Vance and what he could bring to the upper Midwest. So important here. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, those big 3 right there. If Donald Trump is able to win them or any combination of them, he probably wins the presidency. Delegates here tonight know that math, know that polling, know how close it is nationally, and the edge that Donald Trump had even before this convention began.
J.D. Vance knows that as well, right, Rick? That's why we heard Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan over and over again in his speech last night.
Yeah, and remember, Donald Trump was in Pennsylvania at that rally on Saturday when the assassination attempt happened. This whole convention has been in Wisconsin, and their very first campaign event together, that Trump-Vance ticket, they will be in Michigan on Saturday.
In Michigan on Saturday, and Rick, we've reported here at ABC News that Donald Trump has said at one point, I might just leave J.D. Vance right there in Pennsylvania.
He'll be spending a lot of time in Pennsylvania and throughout that Midwest region. Look, J.D. Vance has appealed to a lot of voters, but the fact that he's from Ohio, even though it's not a battleground any longer, that's the kind of voter that we've heard a lot about here. They know the electoral math, and they know there's a possibility here of running up the score in some of those states. And again, they are must wins. That old blue wall, so important for Joe Biden and the Democrats.
Well, Rick Klein is our veteran political director, but with a fancy new title, Chief Washington Bureau Chief. So, Rick, congratulations on that. Great to have you in that relatively new role for the past few weeks now. Thank you, Rick, for that. This race is very close. When you look more closely into the race, though, in the key battlegrounds, it spells a real challenge for President Biden. So as we await the former First Lady, as we await J.D. Vance, let's just check in really quickly here with our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. She was here in the broadcast booth with us last night, flew to Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, obviously, because the president unexpectedly had to go back to Delaware after being diagnosed with COVID in Nevada. This has been a very difficult few weeks for President Biden, Mary.
Extremely difficult. And now the president is here at Rehoboth Beach. He is isolating. We're told he has mild symptoms. But David, it comes.
The fuck? What's been difficult for this motherfucker? He can't walk up steps. He can't motherfucking properly talk how he wants to. What the fuck? Like he got dementia or some shit. Like what the fuck is wrong with him? Ain't nothing wrong with him. Nigga sick. Fuck him. He alright. Trump got shot in his ear. The fuck? Y'all acting like, yeah, I mean, he going through so much of a hard time. What the fuck? Like, come on, man. This Trump got shot in his ear. Like, fuck, nobody get a fucking body sick. Fuck that nigga. He alright. Drink some orange juice, drink some ginger ale, some ginger ale or something, nigga. Shit, take some NyQuil. Lay your ass down, put some clothes on, sweat that shit out. You be alright. The fuck wrong with you? Right. No, play with his leg ass. Get the fuck out of here. Shit been hard for him. Ain't shit been hard for him. The nigga is sick. He alright. The fuck?
Lady or the running mate arrive, we will go right down to the floor. But Mary, you mentioned Nancy Pelosi and this new reporting tonight that she believes this could encourage the president to make his decision. I find this fascinating because in a very public way over these last couple of weeks, President Biden seemed to make it very clear that he had made a decision that he was staying in this race. But anyone who covers Washington, as you have for many, many years, knows that the former speaker does not say these things, does not offer her words without real care in deciding how she's going to deliver it and what the intent is. It seems very clear that some key Democratic leaders, including Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Jamie Raskin, George Clooney, a mega donor, a very influential Democratic donor, they are all making this case now publicly. I think it had been a discussion behind the scenes, but they've now gone public with this, with the intention of trying to encourage President Biden to look at these numbers, look in particular at the battlegrounds, and to step aside.
And you really have seen this evolution, right? The president basically saying, I've heard you and I've made my decision. He was adamant and was even just a few days ago that he is all in on this race. And now you have seen this growing sort of...
There you go. There you go. You seen the hold up the bid? I knew it. I knew they was fucked up in there. That's why they dancing like that. They in there drinking bed natty daddies and shit. Motherfucking Coors Lights and Budweisers and shit. Fucking cheeseheads out here. Yeah, that's why they dancing and shit. The motherfuckers drunk. Yeah, they turned up. Yeah, I see what's going on. Oh yeah. Oh man, they made out. They Colt 45. Nah, that might be a little bit too. That might be a little bit too black for them, B. That might be a little bit too. I don't know. Colt 40. Still reserved. It's a black person. It's definitely a black person in there with a still reserved. I'm pretty sure it's a black person. If he ain't gotta steal, the motherfucker gotta St. Oz. He gotta have a St. Oz, bro. Like, come on, man. Yeah, bro. That shit wild, bro. They in there turned up. Oh, look at her old ass. All on beat like a motherfucker. I thought, let me see what the fuck she listening to. Hold up. The old ass.
About his frame of mind.
His frame of mind is changing. As Mary said, he is more receptive to the idea. He still has not changed his mind. I don't think you'd see him change his mind until he gets through this COVID incident, and certainly through this weekend, probably because of what's going on with the Republicans. But she's exactly right. The conversation with him is, in effect, don't leave in a way that taints your legacy. Take control of that. Don't let anyone think they've pushed you out. He is also absolutely exhausted. People I have talked to said, and this is before COVID, they're putting him out there. He wanted to be on the campaign trail. He wanted to be visible. He wanted to show energy. And it's basically worn him out. Worn him out to the point he's got COVID. It may not be serious. There are mild symptoms. But again, it's easier when you're 40 years old to have COVID than when you're 81 years old.
We've all been through it. We know what it's like, particularly in those first couple of days and those photos of him, the images of him coming off Air Force One, arriving back in Delaware. It looked like he was feeling the effects of
Definitely
the first
feeling
couple
the
of days of COVID.
And David, if you go back to the interview that President Biden had with George asked him a very specific question. What happens if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries come to you and say you can't win and you should get out of the race? And it's going to hurt the party if you stay in. And he said flatly, that's not going to happen. With a dramatic pause, that's not going to happen. And guess what? It has happened. So I think that he senses a reality. You have a number of factors.
Hey, real talk, bro. I told that motherfucker stop leaning into the mic and whispering, bro. I told him that shit. I said, bro, you trying to give me something, bro. You keep whispering in the fucking mic and shit, bro. You ain't gotta do that. B said that they gonna catch Ebola. And they go, Ebola breath ass, something like that. I forget what he said, but bro. Oh man. I mean, we know. Come on, man. We know. We come on now. You ain't had to put that. You just throwing some daggone salt in the wounds with that. We know why daggone, yeah, man. It's different. It's different. Hell yeah. It's different kind of COVIDs. Hell yeah. For real though, bro. For real, B. Like, bro. That's why his ass called it, bro. He kept leaning in the damn mic, whispering this shit.
Design for a number of reasons. Donald Trump is not planning on naming Joe Biden by name because they really don't know. Even though Donald Trump has said in the past, hey, he's the guy we prepared for, they want it to be Joe Biden. We just saw a sign, somebody who had handwritten it. It said, fire Joe. He had written in a D to say fired Joe Biden, right? And it was written in Kamala next.
Interesting.
So many people are already moving on. I had a conversation today with Senator Marco Rubio. He said that he actually thinks, despite what the polls say, that he thinks that Kamala Harris would be easier to beat. And then he went one step further, really kind of upping the ante for the Democratic Party, saying, if Joe Biden...
Yeah, she gonna be easier to beat. She black. She's a black woman. That's, bro, I'm telling you, bro. If they name her, bro, it's gonna be
on her shoulders, not knowing day to day what position she's potentially running for. You know, we've been talking about debate prep, even that apparently she's already been planning on doing some debate prep. Is she preparing to run as vice president, or is she preparing to run as president?
She's doing debate prep. Unclear which debate she'll have to show up at, the one in September or the one against J.D. Vance. Yeah. Let's go back down to the floor. We're expecting members of the Trump family to arrive here at any moment. We saw the former president, Donald Trump, earlier entering the hall. Martha was down there on the floor as he entered. He had the patch on his right ear. We're starting to hear some of the cheers, I gather. We're going to see here. There he is. This is the familiar hallway now that we have seen these last 3 nights leading up to this fourth and final night here at the convention. Fist bump the grandchildren behind Donald Trump walking up those stairs. The patch on his ear. And, you know, John, I got a kick out of the fact that he, even earlier in the week, was saying, I wonder if this patch will be off by the time I get to Thursday. And, we still got an hour and a half before he speaks. An hour or so. So there's a chance.
It would be a very dramatic moment up on the stage.
But he doesn't have a flair for.
No, he would never do something like that. Do you remember when he had COVID and he came back to and he ripped that mask off? That's what I was thinking.
There you see Ivanka Trump. This is the first major event that we've seen Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, her husband, this campaign cycle.
Yeah.
There's his.
You're right, B. You're right. Yeah, man. They try to downplay. Like she ain't the fit to run that joint. Like she ain't the next in line. You know what I'm saying? Because if you wake up today or if you wake up today or tomorrow we wake up and get bad news that he didn't make it, she will be automatically pushed into that spot. So, hey, y'all better get ready.
Away from them since January of 2021 when they were with Donald Trump actually at Andrews Air Force Base. That's the last time, David, I can remember a visual of them all together. Because remember, they didn't go to the Capitol for Joe Biden's inauguration. Donald Trump refused to go. So they did a private send-off to their father from Andrews. He told the crowd that was gathered there, have a nice life. And many people, David, that I was talking to back then could have never imagined a night like tonight, thinking Donald Trump was saying goodbye to politics. Nearly 4 years later, David, look where we are.
John, thank you. We're seeing the family. We're also seeing that quick shot there a moment ago, Hulk Hogan waving the American flag. There he is, making sort of a political debut. You know, he toyed with the idea of running for office himself several years back. He endorsed Barack Obama years ago. He's clearly here to endorse Donald Trump tonight. He called what the country witnessed on Saturday deeply disturbing, and he's here tonight for Donald Trump.
By the way, I think he and Donald Trump are both members of the WWE Hall of Fame. So
they were involved in events together years ago.
Yeah.
WrestleMania, events at Atlantic City, and Hulk Hogan, also a performer, egging on the crowd here. Said he was deeply moved by what he saw on Saturday. I think
well, let me tell you something, brother. You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was going to press that no-good, stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother. And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're gonna bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother. You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh, yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans. You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the president of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States? Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
USA, USA, USA. Let's go. Hey. Oh, shit, son. This shit, wow.
You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's going to win in November, and we're all going to be champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years, and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you, and thank you.
Well, we've seen a lot of speeches covering these political conventions. None quite like that one. He just blew a kiss to Hulk Hogan, the former president.
I mean, David, Donald Trump loves professional wrestling. This has been his thing. Like I said, he is a member of the WWE Hall of Fame.
Please welcome the president and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic
Up next, Franklin Graham. Of course, his father was Billy Graham, who died in February of 2018.
Reverend Franklin Graham.
We'll listen to the Reverend Franklin Graham. I will say, watching Donald Trump on the split screen, he was not beaming all the way through his speech.
Hey, yo, I ain't gonna cat, bro. I ain't gonna cat. After watching Hulk Hogan, bro, motherfucker, ain't nobody gonna be as entertaining as that, bro. That was the most electrifying shit I've ever seen in my AB. You been here longer than me, bro. I never really did this shit before and really paid attention to these motherfuckers. Has this shit ever been like this before, bro? If this shit ever been like that, I've been fucking up and like I should have been covering these shits, bro. Oh my gosh. Somebody please tell me that I'm not tripping, bro. Like, has these joints always been like this? Like, have you ever seen like Randy Savage come out there and speak for somebody, or like he said on wrestling? Nah, I'm talking about right here, right now with this shit. I want to know, bro. Damn, bro, this is wild, bro. This is wild, bro. My man came out there like I said, he was perked up just now, bro. You know, ripped his shirt off, flexed on the crowd just now. Damn, bro, this shit classic. This shit classic. I ain't gonna cap. I didn't know all this shit was gonna go on. I did not know all this shit was gonna go. I'm glad I did watch this shit. I'm learning new things every day, bro. And this shit right here, man, B, we got a lot of shit we gonna be talking about tomorrow. Oh yeah, Trump definitely perked up. Trump definitely perked up. And he done gave his homie Hulk Hogan some. Hulk Hogan done bumped one of them joints in the back, came out, ripped his shirt off for the audience and shit. Yeah, man. Yeah. That boy high as a kite. Look at him. That shit crazy, bro. Yeah, heck yeah! I'm telling you, bro. He the main event, bro. I can't wait to hear him what he gotta say. This shit is crazy. This shit is, got people out here with the patches on. Fucking Hulk Hogan just gave the most epic speech I ever heard in my life, bro. That that shit was wild. Damn. Hey B, B might be working. I'll wait till B get back because we gotta talk about this shit.
It's an honor for me to be asked to pray for Donald Trump this evening. And so what I'd like to do, I'd like us to pray, but I'd like us all to stand as we call upon the name of the God of heaven. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with grateful hearts, thank you for saving the life of President Donald J. Trump. In his own words, it was you and you alone who saved him. We pray for the others that were injured on Saturday, for the family who lost their loved one. Put your loving arms around them.
No cap, B. That's wild. That's wild you said that, B. That's crazy. Patch mania is insane, yes. And you right, B. That's definitely what it is, bro. That's definitely what it is. Look at all these people, bro. All them holding their hands up and shit. You ain't lying. Close your eyes. It ain't done yet. This nigga, stop peeking. Stop peeking, nigga. Wait till he done. Hey, this shit definitely screams cult activity, bro. I'm not gonna lie, especially when you should have seen when they wait till I showed that shit of them doing the YMCA, bro. Shit, bro. That's wild, wild. Yeah. Yeah, nah, real talk. Those patch squares be the ones that'll storm that Capitol again if motherfucking yeah, man, yo lose. Real talk. Real talk. Them the motherfucking patchways, bro. Cause that, like B said, that symbolizes their diehard readiness. You know what I'm saying? They die hard believe in that shit that he's ready to go up there and talk about.
Pray for the former president.
Eric Trump.
Obviously addressing what happened in front of the country in Butler, Pennsylvania on Saturday. You just heard the announcement. Eric Trump will now speak on behalf of his father. Let's listen.
Good evening, America. Eight years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future. My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump.
I ain't gonna cap. Everybody's speech gonna be dry compared to Hulk Hogan, bro. We need Hulk Hogan back up there. He should have let his son do Hulk Hogan shit, and then let Hulk Hogan come back and do his shit. Man, they should have switched roles.
Struggling, jobs were scarce. Our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten. Our military was in shambles. Our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed.
Yeah, no, for real. Why did he call him? I don't know. That I think he was. I'm telling you, Hulk Hogan used to do some shit back in the day. He used to fuck with that hard shit back in the day. So there ain't no telling if he still, yeah, man. But yeah, he definitely used to hit that shit back in the day.
He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty, but he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct. He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics. Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history. People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the terrorists were dead. My father made the United States respected again, with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again. But he also created a movement that threatened the special interests in the political elites, a movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who fought back. You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats funded by special interest groups and hand-picked judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything, to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win. I love my Florida delegation right here. Thank you. My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives. Today, as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring. Interest rates are crippling. Everything is unaffordable. The US dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system, and we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest. In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York. I'm sorry. We know it's wrong. and we will fix it. To the single mother who can no longer afford her rent, afford groceries, and has been forced to work 3 jobs, I'm sorry, it does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing, I'm sorry, your government can do so much better, and it will. To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals of school, I'm sorry, there are teachers who care, and my father will empower them. To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service agents who work every single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus, I'm sorry, we will stand behind you. To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry, that man right there will fix this.
Eric Trump on that stage here in Milwaukee, making the case for his father's return to the White House, standing by for Donald Trump himself, addressing the nation moments from now. We're going to go over to the network. We hope you'll join us on ABC, 10 p.m. Eastern, moments away. Stay tuned.
How should I plant this if my garden doesn't receive direct sunlight?
Apologies. All right. Yeah, I was a little behind. Let's get caught up. Oh, shit. Didn't mean that. There we go.
Changed it, and that he said that he had toned it down for himself, and that it was going to be about love and civility and unification. And I don't think that we heard exactly that. It was really heavy on platform, light on policy. We heard a lot about what Donald Trump stands for, what he represents, what he's done in the past, but I'm not so sure from a number of the speakers this week that we've heard what they planned on doing in the future and how they plan on doing it. One thing that I think has been kind of a theme throughout this week is trying to endear America to Donald Trump, the man, as a grandfather. You know, you had Caroline.
Okay. He had 4 years to fix that shit, man. I mean, he attacked Obama and everything Obama had going on, so he attacked that shit. Got that shit out of there. So, you know, he could have been making other plays instead of trying to redo everything that Obama did, erase everything that Obama did. So, you're right. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question because, like I said, bro, it's been homeless vets. It's been homeless vets before I was born. I was born in '86, so I'm pretty sure it was homeless vets in the '70s, homeless vets in the '60s, homeless vets in the '50s. Like, he ain't got nothing to do with that, but I'm just saying, like, it's a fine time to want to worry about some homeless vets all the way in 2024 when these motherfuckers been homeless. This shit crazy. And oh man. Yeah. Yeah, the biggest applause was for the transgender women and the transgender people in women's sports. Yeah, I mean that was like the biggest thing applause he got being up there. So I I don't know. This doesn't take him out. This still doesn't take him out. You know, his son just ain't good at being up there talking. He should have got somebody else up there. But that's a tough act to follow, though. You're going behind Hulk Hogan, bruh. Like that's a tough act to follow. You see how much energy Hulk Hogan came out there with. Like, yeah, he wasn't gonna be entertaining after that. I know she ain't. I definitely don't want to hear this bitch go out there and talk. I know she ain't talking. I don't even know why they even covering her. Like, don't nobody really care about seeing her though. Like, go to the next person. He went behind the whole wrestler. You feel what I'm saying? Like he wasn't gonna beat that. There was nothing he was finna say that was gonna be interesting to us. It don't matter. It don't matter. All of them. If she'd have had a blue dress on, she still would have looked funny as hell. It don't matter. I don't even know why the camera still panned on her. Like we could be looking at so many other people. Thank you. Like the fuck, cameraman. I don't want to see her. Like the fuck. Yeah, it would shit. It wouldn't have mattered what they could have put her in all white, black, purple, green shit. She still would have looked ugly. She not like us. She not like us. She not like us. Well, I think it's just a side thing. I think it is a side thing. Red and blue, they on the red side, and then and Biden's on the blue side. So she gotta rep the red. No, for real. She definitely, yeah, I mean, came out of laboratory somewhere, bro. She definitely came out of lab, Dexter's lab looking ass bitch. Fuck out of here. Hey man, this shit crazy, bro. Oh man. So how long is it gonna take for Trump to get up here, bro? Cause good grief. Yeah, like no, real talk, bro. You can tell she been on that operating table, bro. You can tell she done got surgeries and stuff. I mean, like that's the thing, bro. And salute to Smitty, bro. That's what we was talking about on Smitty page. Yeah, I mean, with this guy, Bad Man Kevo, bro. Like this guy said, "Yeah, I'm recovering from BBL surgery." Like, first of all, bro, you will not be around me referring to getting BBL surgery, bro. Yeah, I mean, it's like that. Last time I checked, that was they shit. You know what I'm saying? That was they shit. They did that shit because they couldn't compete. You know, so they had to get that shit so they could compete. But this shit just getting out of control now. Everybody and their mama want to get shit done. It's like, yo, just be happy with yourself. You know what I'm saying? I told Smitty, bro, like, bro, I'm fucking 5'3". I would love to get 10 inches added to my knees and shit. I mean, they give me an extra 10 inches. I would love that shit, but that ain't me. And yeah, like fucking plastic chest. Yeah, like, and truth be told, bruh, now that you said you got your knees lifted, you're just a walking target at this point in time, bro. Because ultimately, I doubt you're gonna do stuff to stabilize your legs, and you ain't even gonna be able to stabilize them how they needed to be, how they was before. So the first thing I'm gonna do, if you ever got to talking crazy or trying, I'm going after your legs. I'm fucking your knees up. I'm gonna kick the shit out you in your kneecap, bro. I'm gonna kick you so fucking hard you gonna wish you didn't get surgery on them shits. Like that's gonna be the first thing. And then once your foundation is done, then what you gonna do? Like B said, plastic chest. You got plastic in your chest, plastic in your stomach. So that means your punches ain't coming with no force. So you throwing all cotton balls. So I don't give a fuck how much. I don't give a fuck how much silicone you pump in your arms to make them big, and silicone you pump in your chest, and how much you done to stretch your stomach and to get it flat. Yeah, I don't care about none of that. Nah. They said bro said he got his knees stretched 10 inches, and he got to drink some type of fluid, else he gonna get shorter again. No cap. That's what he said.
Speak to this convention hall for the first time this week. We have seen him each night as he did in conventions past. He made that first appearance after the attempt on his life on Saturday, Monday here, walking into this convention hall with the patch on his ear that has become sort of a trademark moment of each of these nights here in the hall. In the last hour, we saw something rather extraordinary.
Mhm.
You know, we've covered a lot of these conventions, never quite seen one like this. Hulk Hogan up there on that stage. We want to show you this moment where he said he'd had enough over these last 4 years. And after what he saw on Saturday, he said he wanted to make himself very clear. I think he's with the Trump Vance team. I give him his wardrobe choice there. The crowd loved that moment. And look at Donald Trump beaming as Hulk Hogan was addressing the crowd. We're going to hear from Dana White here, who is the head of UFC, the Ultimate Fighting Championship. He's 54 years old, also very close to Donald Trump. He's going to be introducing him here. We just saw John Carl, Lindsey Davis, Martha Raddatz. We just saw the former First Lady enter the hall for the first time. And that was quite a moment inside this hall. And a poignant moment for anyone who has been thinking about this family and what that's been like these last couple of days. If you think about it, it's only been 5 days, Lindsay, since the attempt on Donald Trump's life.
And again, as we've discussed, I think that we all saw Melania Trump in a different light through that message. Really, again,
This weird looking
giving
bitch
more
off
of an
the screen.
endearing side to him as a husband, as a dad. Kid Rock now in the building.
You know when we hear him, one of Donald Trump's biggest fans. Let's
We got
listen to
Kid
Kid
Rock.
Rock, who calls Donald Trump his bestie.
Stop in the air! Now follow me! Say fight! Fight!
We is not ready to do that, bro. We is not ready to do that, bro. We is not ready to motherfucking listen to no damn Kid Rock up here on the fucking stage, bro. Oh man, get this. Hey, bro, they really got a block party going on. Hell nah, hell yeah. Bruh. Look at this motherfucker. Switch your hand. Look at him. Yeah, they vibing. Hey, bro. I can't, bro. Oh shit. Hey, this is what you call mental illness. This is what you call mental illness, right? Look, everybody partying, bro. Motherfucker, gosh, yo almost died and he's partying like, oh, this is crazy, bro. This is crazy. This is epic, bro. Only reason why I had to mute it, bro, because yeah, I already know they gonna flag my shit if I know. YouTube be funny like that. you know, Kid Rock don't really mess with black people like that anyway. So he been done pushed it to the extreme, try to get my page shut off. Yeah, these is all meth heads you looking at. Hell yeah, this. Hell yeah. Why they keep showing this weird looking bitch, bro? I swear, bro, cameraman, if you show this bitch again, bro, I'm coming there and I'm slapping the shit out you, bro. For real. There's no reason why you should be showing. She does nothing. Nothing. She does nothing. She at least Michelle Obama did shit. She ain't do shit. She's a fucking prostitute, ex-prostitute, a porn star, or some shit like that. Cause you know how they fucking love them freak ass white bitches and shit. You know what I mean? Like, man, stop showing her, bro. You messing up my spirit. Yeah, this is all meth activity. Hell yeah. All the motherfuckers up there drinking. Yeah, bruh. Straight mail order. Straight mail order bride, bruh. Like, and they still got the nerve to be showing her, bruh. Like, why? They see they know what they doing. They fucking with me. They trolling me right now because they know I don't like her ass, and they keep putting up there. Look, I told you they trolling me. They're like, no, but see, I know now that you don't like, I'm gonna keep showing it because hoping it's gonna get you to end the stream. No, I'm not editing it till 4 or 5 come up there and start talking, bro. But just stop showing her ass. Shit. Yeah, bruh. Real talk, B. You already know, and it's a chant too. Fight. Yeah, you know, and ain't that what he said when he got up? When he got up off the ground, when he screaming like fight when he got up. So yeah, that's the whole purpose of this song. That shit crazy. That shit crazy. For the most patriotic American. All right, get your fucking weird ass off stage.
Introducing Dana White, the chief executive of Ultimate Fighting Championship, of course, UFC. We all know it as. He talked about the phone call he made to Donald Trump Saturday evening. He said he was in the air on a flight when the events of Butler, Pennsylvania transpired. He said he couldn't believe what he witnessed. Had to call his friend Donald Trump, and he said to see those political instincts when he dove behind the podium and then got up and then looked to the crowd and held his fist in the air and said, fight, fight, fight. I think obviously you're seeing a bit of a theme here tonight. The central, those words, those 3 words, fight, fight, fight. You saw Hulk Hogan. The UFC is now going to introduce Donald Trump. Kid Rock, key part of the song there were literally those fighting words.
Those fighting words, David. And you know, I think about that iconic moment in that fist in the air. And I've talked to so many soldiers, as you know, over the years, and they always say it's not the battle that scares them, it's how they will do if there is a gunfight. And we all saw what happened with Donald Trump. He raised his fist in the air and kept on moving. And that is why.
Look how still she's, bruh. Yo, B, she gotta be some type of robot, bruh. She just be sitting there like a statue, bitch. You like breathe or something. I swear, bitch be holding her breath, bruh. Like,
Dana White,
I don't like
the
it.
CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand, they love you, and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know. A man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, "Government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives." And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? You what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for president of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the...
Thank you. Thank you, B. Thank you. My fault, B. When my son was out here, he was digging in the damn box. I had to ask him what he was doing. Bruh, I would say, bruh, I'm convinced at this point in time that these people are stealing what we're fucking saying, bruh. Because we just said that shit. Well, not like he said it, but basically the same shit that he just said. We said that shit a few lives ago, like 2 lives ago, bruh. Like, And he yelling that shit, bro. It's like, yo, you said everything that we said, bro. At this point in time, I can't keep saying everybody you're stealing from me because now it's gonna seem like, yeah, man, I'm going crazy. But if the shoe fits wet, bro, like, dog, I believe y'all be taking some of our shit and then y'all go back and y'all do y'all shit and say how y'all want to say it. Because B just said the lie before last or something like that. Oh man, we was able to save. People were starting businesses. Prices was down. Wasn't no influx on the shit. People can start families and shit like that, bruh. We said all of that. Shit's wild. It's just wild, bruh. That's all.
47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Dana White, the head of the UFC, speaking of Donald Trump's resilience. And we're going to hear from Lee Greenwood. God bless the USA has become sort of the...
I know they ain't ready. It had no damn national anthem for this man. Like, oh yeah, they is. That shit wild, bro. Hey yo, Trump know how to put some shit together, bro. I'm telling you, bro. This guy done had 2 concerts. He done had Hulk Hogan, Dana White come out there. Yeah, man. Yo, B. I'm saying, bro. It's not far fetched, bro. It's not far fetched, bro. You said it. Yeah. This is world class Hollywood production that we're seeing right now. And and like I said, bro, you text me before we ahead of the curve, and then we chilled back for a little bit, then we came back. Boom, yo, bro, we still ahead of the curve. All right, well let's give it a little bit of time. Either way, oh shit. No, the fuck they don't got this nigga name spelled out. My bad, bro. I'm sorry me yell at y'all like that, bro. Hold up, bro. Look at this shit, bro. Look at this shit, bro. Hey, yo, they done did it big, bro. Oh, man, bro. They done got your name spelled out big up there like that, bro. All they needed to put 4 or 5 up there. That shit crazy. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's done, B. What more do you need? What more do we need, B, to see? We don't need to see nothing else, bro. It's already set and stand, bro. Biden the fuck up out of there. Trump ready get Kamala the fuck up out of there. It's ready to be Vance, whatever the fuck his name is. Vance Snyder, or some crazy shit like that. I don't know. But it's gonna be him and Trump, bro. This shit ready to be wild, bro. Oh man. I thought have we ever witnessed something like this? Has Barack came out with something like this? Has Clinton, Bush, Reagan, has anybody had this shit like this, bro? And came out to do a speech like this? This shit is wild. This shit is wild, bro. My man, he done sold it, bro. He done sold it. he got the people wearing the patch on the ear. Hey, I'm not even going to cap, bro. I'm not even cap. The only thing that would have set this off is if some light fireworks would have went off, like some sparklers or something. If like just a little would have went off right there, bro. That shit would have been epic, bro. That shit would have been epic.
The former president making his return during the song. The image of the White House up on the big screens behind him. And if you notice there on the stage, it's left of our screen, stage right there, of the former president. The firefighter's uniform right there, number 27, Corey Compertor, the volunteer firefighter who was killed in Pennsylvania at the rally on Saturday.
Ah, damn, bro. Yo wasn't even a full-time firefighter. He was a volunteer firefighter. That's fucked up, bro. You volunteered to save people's life just to get your life taken at a fucking rally, bro. That shit crazy. And then to get your life taken and have people even question if your life was even taken honorably or was this a fucking staged event? Like, bruh, that's. And then they got your jersey up here. They ready to hang your jersey up in the. They ready to retire your jersey number from the Buffalo joint, bruh. Like, that shit wild, bruh. That shit wild, bruh. Trump done did it, bruh. He done sold us all, bruh.
Very likely the former president will talk about that tonight. We'll talk about the life
Thank
lost.
you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United.
Hey, I ain't gonna cap, bro. I ain't gonna cap. That was like the first black person I think I seen the whole time I was there. Okay. Oh, I knew it. All right. Ooh. Ooh, I knew I wasn't tripping. I'm glad I stopped it when I did because bruh, they got the black folks strategically spread out in place where they need to be. Cause I was like, yo, thank you. I only seen about like one or two, and that was like my first one I seen in like 30 minutes. I'm like, hold up, bro. I've been here. I seen one in the beginning, and then it was another one that was doing something, and then like I just seen this one. Oh damn, bruh. I'm telling you, bruh, like, yeah, they know what they doing. They know what they doing. That shit, I knew I wasn't the only one that was keeping track of that though. I was, because I was scouting. I was out that bitch surveying the canvas. Like, hold up, where the fuck, where the black people at in here? I only see white people.
States. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. Gonna do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened. And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border.
No cat, Trump. Hey, Trump. I don't know if you know, bro. Niggas get shot every day, B. You be alright. You just got grazed, bro. You straight, bro. You feel me? Like stop the bullshit, bro. Like you got grazed, bro. You alright, bro. Cut it out, bro. You nigga nipped your ear, bro. You alright, bro. Shit. Megan Thee Stallion got shot at her foot and she was twerking next week, bro. You straight, bro. It's just a minor wound, bro. I mean, shit. Throw some tussin on it. How my mama used to always say, throw some tussin on it. You be straight. Shit.
We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly.
Bruh, bruh, blood wasn't everywhere. You had a little bit of blood on you from when you grabbed your ear and then looked at it and it was like, oh snap, something scratched me. What was that? Right, like it wasn't blood everywhere. Yeah, it had blood just pouring out, leaking. It wasn't no crime scene. Like, come on, bro. Hey, Trump. I was with you, bro. But now you overselling the shot, bro. You overselling. You supposed to come in there like, fuck you, whoever shot at me, you bitch ass nigga. Yeah, you supposed to come in there talking your shit, popping your shit. You trying to get sympathy love, bro. You already got grades, bro. Niggas get shot every day, B. Yeah, he said had a handful of blood. But your fingertips is not a handful. You had a fingertip of so Trump, come on, I was with you. Stop selling it, bro.
As very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did, they rushed to the stage. These are great people, at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that.
I know it. I knew he was going. In my mind, I was like, I wonder when God's gonna come in, bruh. You damn right. Yeah, that's you damn right. You lucky God was on your side, bro. You definitely had God on your side because they definitely ain't rushed that stage and pounce on you, and you ain't definitely ain't had blood just pouring out everywhere and shit. I was with you, bro. I was with you, bro. And man, I don't know if you know, you got a lot of little vessels in your ear and shit like that. So you know, it could have been a little bit more blood than you normally is used to seeing. But if you'd have lost your ear, then I would be like, damn, bro. But you ain't even lose your ear, bro. You alright. You got nipped. Like, chill out, calm down, bro. And shit. Like I said, Meg Thee Stallion got shot in her foot and she was twerking next week. You alright, bro. Shit, crazy. I know that bitch wasn't crying. Yeah, I know she wasn't crying, bro. They out here crying. Oh man, yo, stop it, bro. Stop it, bro.
The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, And when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper.
Motherfucker, you didn't get shot by a sniper, bruh. I wouldn't necessarily say that he was a sniper, bruh. Like, he was just a person who shot, bruh. Like, I don't. Damn, bruh. That's Trump. This is why you're supposed to get with me before you came and did this, bro. I told you. You wasn't, first of all, you wasn't supposed to play I'm proud to be American. You're supposed to play Many Men. We had this discussion on the last live. You had the sign out there. I'm glad you listened to that part. But then, bro, you're supposed to come out to Many Men, bro. You know what I mean? Like, oh, man, you fucking up already, bro. You taking the sympathy route. You're not supposed to do that. You a real nigga now. We don't do that shit, bro. We say, fuck the ops. We coming out. If I catch y'all out there, we sliding on y'all. We turn y'all to op patch. Come on, Trump. You be around enough black people to know how we do, bro. Come on, man. You ain't get sniped that, dog. You got fucking shot at by a person who didn't even have a scope. That's why he missed. If he had a scope, he probably would have hit you. You feel me, B? Like stepping this, sliding this, spinning this, standing on business and standing on business. You know how the man Kodak said. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Stop playing. Thank you, B. Thank you. Shit, I thought we talked about this, Trump. That's why you supposed to have got with me, bro. Damn, man. At least you got the people out here crying. I'm gonna give you that. You taking the Michael Jackson route. You got the people out here crying and emotional and shit. You know what I mean? All right. Damn, but you ain't supposed to. Shit, you should have got with me first, bro. We'd have had this shit popping, bro. Real talk, bro.
And then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually, most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to.
Yeah, real talk. I mean, it bleeds. It bleeds, but it didn't bleed enough to motherfucking get on your collar, get on your jacket. You know what I'm saying? Get in your head. That's why I said that's why I was saying, like, if he got nipped, it couldn't have been by that much. It had to barely just touch him or barely just graze him or whatever. You know, it couldn't have been that much because it wasn't enough damage to it. First of all, it's not. I ain't see enough damage to his ear with the picture that B gave sent to me, and then it wasn't enough blood for me to say like, oh yeah, bro, he really got hit. Like he got hit. You know what I'm saying? There wasn't enough blood for that. Like B said, there was no blood on his collar. There was no blood on his shirt. There was no blood in his hair, on his jacket. None of that. It was just like his ear and where he rubbed his face, I guess. Or when he was facing like this, like you see how the blood is coming down his face because he had his head down, so the blood was probably running that way. So yeah, but it ain't that much. It ain't like it's just pouring like, or leaking out all crazy.
To be here tonight. Not supposed to be here.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
Mm-hmm.
In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over, but I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey Comparator. Unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded. Two other great warriors, spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey and the other two. By the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle.
Hey, Heavy, you right on. You really right on time for real. He ain't even really get started on too much of anything. But man, my Trump had the sign out, bro. The fucking Kid Rock that came out, did a concert. Motherfucking Hulk Hogan that came out, motherfucking said some shit. Dana White that came out, introduced them and shit. They had motherfucking, he had another concert. Proud to be an American concert and shit. Yeah, Trump been going Trump been going crazy, bro. Trump been going crazy, bro.
Comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country.
Salute, Zay. Zay in the building.
And very big news, as you probably just read. On Monday, a major ruling was handed down.
Yes, sir, bruh. Yes, sir. Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan came out there, done ripped his shirt off and all that shit, bruh. Hell yeah. That shit was wild, bruh. He came out dropping heavy bars.
Down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called and he said, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand he's away and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called, he's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great. And I just want to thank her and him and their whole family because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part because, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. They may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. He went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them and all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. the next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. Be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticized it, they said, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is making America great again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here, creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that.
At least Trump being honest about it. Shit, I'm trying to buy y'all votes, man. Shit, you can't. How you not gonna fuck with that? I'm trying to buy y'all votes, man. Shit. Hell yeah, the reason why I got motherfucking Kid Rock out here singing this shit, jumping on stage and Hulk Hogan. Oh shit. Motherfucking and Dana White. This is why I got Dana White out here and fucking this guy, what's the nigga name? Lee. Like shit. Trying to buy it, he trying to buy him. Yeah, that's 100% honest. Shit, at least he ain't go to motherfucking, if you don't vote for me, you're not real white. Like I ain't real white people if y'all vote for me. Must be part of them niggas like Biden. Shit.
I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic. I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together, we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill. And hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia or Europe or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden, I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation, soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. By the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The Black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our Black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda. And it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. Can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent, but soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times, think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life, I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They've spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless Green New Scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day one. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. Now, we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? Really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this. She said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money. It's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay them millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, you know, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. We have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back. And I called up and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America. And we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it. And by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. And if you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? but you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented. It's so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us. But not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements. Demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while crime statistics all over the world are going down because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela. Really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able We will not be able to have it there in El Salvador. Murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respectful. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by a very powerful, tough leader. Tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with them, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly. And they weren't doing things perfectly. So we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one. So they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever, ever do that again. You got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency.
No cap. B got a valid point. That bandage is as white as his shirt. Now, they could have it because, no, it couldn't be all the way. No. B, you sold me on this one. You sold me on this one. Yeah. Only reason why you would have a bandage is because if it hasn't stopped bleeding or pus or something like that, like some type of discharge. So the fact that he's been up here for at least like an hour now, and that joint still is as white as his shirt, and you don't see nothing coming through or nothing like that, then yeah, wounds need air to heal. You're right. That's how my toe healed. Like, I had a bandage on at night. Most of the time I was walking around, didn't have no bandage on. If I was putting my shoes on, I put a bandage on. But when I took my shoes off, I took the bandage off. So you need it. The wound definitely needs air to heal. It's been like 2 hours. You ain't lying. It's been like 2 hours.
I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, The years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change. We gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to ensure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find the cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin. They go to look at the Washington Monument. They end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital. Again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done, and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 charges, 3 of which didn't work. And if you are going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day one. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You have been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. Not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach. And that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward, united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight, I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. We're going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country, we will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
There you have it. Former President Donald Trump on the stage here in Milwaukee.
My fault. Audio check. Oh man, this nigga Trump been talking for 4 hours, bruh. Yo, like, had your boy out here, like, sheesh, winding down. But yeah, let me hurry up and get off of here, bruh. They done invited this goofy looking bitch on stage and shit. Yeah, I mean, they put a close up on her little ugly ass. Yeah, let me go ahead and get up out of here, bro. We're gonna dissect what he was talking about. I mean, he touched on some good stuff. He touched on some some alright stuff, but most of the shit, yeah, man, he ain't really touched on too much of nothing that we already know. Yeah, man. So yeah, shouts out to Big 45. Shouts out everybody in the chat. Yeah, man. Stop pass. Infinity Creed, yeah, man, Heavy Lefty Zay, Naeem Theo. Y'all already know how it is. Y'all already know how I feel. Yeah, man, salutes to y'all. But yeah, we up out of here. I'm gonna get to set up the live tomorrow. So y'all stay tuned for the live tomorrow. We're gonna touch on a couple of these topics. But I'm out.
Stealing jobs, reporting to name calling the former Speaker